I hope you enjoyed the first part of the conference, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are about to start the second part of the program. Right now we have distinguished Professor Andrea Simon, and she's going to deliver a keynote titled Charting the Course, Tourism Dynamics in a Low Growth and High Cost Environments. Let's give her a round of applause. Professor, you have to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank you for attending the session after lunch. I know this is a really difficult session. Thank you for your attention. I hope to keep. I would like to extend a word of gratitude to Professor Zolo and to Prof. Director for inviting me to the conference. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I am enjoying it quite a lot. I hope that my speech will be informative. I am an economist by trade, so I have to sort of let's just come to the warning properly in the start now. So I'm an economist, and therefore the economics part of tourism is what I'm mostly interested in. And I hope to tell you a bit more about my research on this, and especially what we are seeing worldwide in the economy and how we are, as economists, thinking how it's impacting arrivals and tourism around the world. So the title of my presentation is Charting the Course, Tourism Dynamics in a Low Growth and High Cost Environment. So it's basically a stagflation type of environment where we have low economic growth and a really high inflation environment. This type of work I've been doing a couple of years now with my colleague, Ilse Botha from the University of Johannesburg. So she also is a co-author on this paper. Just to start off with, mainly the themes I'm going to touch on, just give you a background where these ideas come from, a bit of the theoretical and empirical literature, then the data that we used, and then followed by our method and our results and some discussion and conclusion. So being an economist, there are a couple of tables, but I promise to go by them quickly and then mainly explain what it means and what we see in them. So where it all started is if you think about tourism over the past couple of years, we know that we have been living in an increasingly volatile environment. So tourism has been influenced by natural disasters. If you think about all the heat waves, you think of the volcanoes erupting. There's also been economic type of events happening, such as the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, which had an impact on tourism. And then also lately, we've seen a lot of political instabilities and health crises again. So it started off, if you think about SARS and MERS, and then lately the COVID crisis. And what we know about the COVID crisis is we all know that it had a profound impact on tourism. And because of that, economies that are especially dependent on tourism experienced huge fluctuations in their economies as well. Economic activity tended to go down a lot for them. But not only those that are dependent, but every economy that has tourism, and that's most economies in the world, experience an economic downturn because of the lack of economic activity. So while tourism influences the economy, we also know that the economy tends to influence tourism. So how we as economists think about it is to say, well, you can only travel if you have income. Okay? If you don't have income, you can go nowhere, and especially what we refer to as discretionary income. So that would be your income after all your bills have been paid and all the things that needs to be paid in a month. The leftover you have for tourism. And because of that, tourism is classified as a luxury item. So you can only do it after the necessities have been paid. So in one sense, then, income influences your ability to travel. On the other hand, if we look at tourism as a normal type of product that everybody consumes, we know that prices influence our decisions. So in microeconomic theory, we always say if prices tend to go up, the demand for the product will go down. So again, in tourism, if prices tend to go up, tourism demand is going down. So recent research by Liu Chen and Kap also showed us that if there's a shock to the economy, people tend to change their behavior. And they based their research on the 2008-2009 financial crisis and showed that really people didn't go back exactly to the same behavior, but they had behavioral changes. And that means how they react to income and price shocks are different after the crisis than before the crisis. So this is what inspired this research as well. So if we look at the COVID-19 pandemic and we think about what happened in economies worldwide, so except that we know that the tourism industry was really affected a lot, we know also that people lost a lot of income. So economies tended to go down, a lot of people lost their jobs, and we are really in a low growth type of cycle where the economy is not picking up, people don't have that much income anymore. We also found that governments tend to spend a lot to try to get us out, get people to survive during COVID, which meant that government debt increased by 7.4% worldwide. And now governments are struggling to repay debt, which means especially in developing type of countries, they don't have money to support businesses, etc. anymore, or tourism developers, and address inequality. So the OECD, for example, says that this is the largest fall in income that we have seen, or economic crisis that we have seen in more than a century. So it brings you an idea how COVID influenced the economy. But not only did it influence the economy, it also influenced prices in the economy. So during COVID, we saw a lot of bottlenecks forming, and we had supply delays, and that all caused what we know as cost push inflation. So the costs get rising, transport costs increase, and getting things from one place to another increase. And I think all of you know that airline prices increase quite stiffly as well. So that's one part of inflation, but because government also spent more, it means that was also demand inflation, and that meant prices rose around the world. This was exacerbated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which we know also led to increased inflationary pressure. So these are graphs to show you what I'm talking about. So on the first graph there we have economic growth, and we can see the world economic growth is the blue one, OECD members, and then low and middle income countries. And the first up you see is the financial crisis that we had. But you can see, while world and OECD dipped there a lot, the developing countries weren't that much affected, although still affected. Now the next big one is the one you see with COVID. And it seems like it's rebounding, but remember, if you lose 10% of 1 billion, and it means you have 9 billion left, but you grow 5% from that onwards, you're not back to where you started. Okay, so the base does matter. So we're in a low growth environment. The OECD and so the IMF predict that it's going to be less than 3%, while we need world growth to be a lot more than 3% to go back where we were before 2020. On the inflation side, we see exactly the same. And what is talking on the inflation side is you can see that while during the financial crisis there wasn't really much inflation in the OECD countries, we find post-COVID that there is also quite huge inflationary pressures there, which means that prices keep on rising. To show what's happening to debt servicing cost, that means developing countries around the world are just paying more and more to actually just service their debt, which means they have less money left to actually stimulate the economy and get the economy growth. So this is what we know now as the cost of living crisis, where wages do not keep up with the cost of goods and services, and we find more and more people are actually being driven into poverty. So what would that mean then for tourism recovery? So this graph is from the UNWTO, and we can see this is relative to 2019, 2019. So we have seen recovery to almost the levels of pre-COVID, but more than 10% below the levels of pre-COVID. But what's also interesting is that recovery is not even. So some regions are recovering a lot more than other regions. For example, we see that Asia and Pacific is still 25% below what it has been in 2019. North America is 13% below its 2019 figures, and Sub-Saharan Africa at 9% below 2019 arrivals. So, and then we say, well, how can we explain this? Okay, so what does it mean? What is the driving forces behind it? Has people changed their behavior? And this is what we aim to do. So we used the theory by Kahneman and Tversky, prospect theory, and then Markov switching models to understand how tourism behavior is changing in this environment. So is it changing? What can we expect? And we focus then on these three continents that are a bit lagging behind. And we have a destination from each of them. So we have Canada for North America, South Africa from Sub-Saharan Africa, and then Australia from Asia Pacific. So this gives you an idea what our data looks like. So economist likes graphs, so our pictures are graphs, and I can show you the data so we can see the nice up and down, that movement we call seasonality. If it's an increasing line, you know, see it's increasing, it's an increasing trend going on. In the South African data, for the first 2 quarters of COVID, no data was captured, and therefore there's a break in the data. We control for that as well in our models. But for all of the countries, you can see that there's not full recovery yet. So South Africa is 82.6% of recovery, Australia below 80%, and Canada 83.5%, relative to arrivals pre-COVID. So some of the markets have recovered a bit better than others. For example, in South Africa, we know the US market, as well as our neighboring countries have recovered a bit. We also see that for Canada, the US market is sort of on it, and they are recovering. But even for Australia, New Zealand is still at less than 90% of what it has been before COVID. So something then about the theoretical literature. So we want to explain this changing behavior, or how people react in this type of environment, by looking at what does theory say. So if we use normal microeconomic or new classical demand theory, we always think that the demand for a destination, so destination I, okay, so you're demanding the destination I, let's say South Africa, but you are from Turkey, depends on the income that you have, so income of Turkey, which is Y, but also the prices that you face. And in tourism, we have 2 prices. You not only face your own prices, but you also face the destination price. So hence the price competitiveness. So that's what we normally think, how we think and how we model tourism demand, and to say, well, these are the things that will influence how you make decisions. But this framework depends on utility maximization, and we are only interested in end state. So in the end, what will you do? So Kahneman and Tversky came in 1979, and they said, well, let's challenge this premise, because if people are uncertain, they make different choices. And then they do not always make like the optimal choice because of this uncertainty. And therefore they say it's not really the end state that matters always, but it's also if something changes within your environment, how will you react to that? And what they then found is that someone who faces a loss, that loss will carry a greater weight than if you face a gain. So you will be more saddened by the loss than you will be happy by the gain. And this leads to what we call a symmetry. So symmetry is when you react exactly the same. Whether you are losing $100 or winning $100, you feel exactly the same. But if you're asymmetric, you feel worse about losing $100 than you feel happy about winning $100. And this asymmetry they then showed with this nice curve. They say, well, if we think about value then, our losses carry a heavier weight than our gains does. Okay? And because of this, people don't always act symmetric. So when faced with some kind of loss, they tend to overvalue that loss and they tend to overreact. Okay? And this leads to this asymmetry. Now, we distinguish between two types of asymmetry. You can either have positive asymmetry or you can have negative asymmetry. So negative asymmetry is what Kahneman and Tversky call is due to loss aversion, which means that if you face some loss, then you would say, okay, I don't want to lose and I'm not going to change my behavior as such because this loss will be too much for me. In terms of travel, it will mean I am now in a dire state with my finances, but I have bargained on this holiday and I'm going to go on the holiday anyway, even though my income is less than I expected it would be. And that means sort of in the downward phase, you would actually still travel more than you would otherwise, okay, relative to your wealth. Positive asymmetry is the other way around, which means that if we don't have money anymore, so you're in a downward phase in your finances, then you don't travel because you have a liquidity constraint. You just don't have the money. And that means in a downward phase, travel is going to be less than in an upward phase. So using this then has led to a lot of research empirically, and especially the research has focused on this income, how if income change, how people are actually reacting in terms of their decision making. Now, to do that, we have to deconstruct our time series. Now, any time series consists of 4 components. It consists of a trend, seasonal components, cyclical components, and irregular components. And there's ways that we can use to actually deconstruct the time series into the different components. And what we are especially interested in is this cycle. To say if we're in an up cycle, so if the economy is growing and we're high, what will people do? If it's low, what will people do? And not only in a high and low income cycle, but also in a low and high price cycle. And how will it then react towards the tourism cycle when tourism are high versus when tourism are low? So we are just working with the cycles. Okay? So the cycles are not the trend, it's not the thing that's going up, it's the thing that's going up and down in sort of regular patterns, but it's not predictable. So we distinguish between an upward and a downward trend in our cycle. So upward, you're going into a boom and you're in a high growth phase. Then you have a downward phase, and then you are in your low growth phase. And we are fitting these cycles and trying to understand them. So we're not the only ones doing it. So there's been a lot of research on especially fitting this income or business cycle, to take all economic activity, to the tourism cycle. So, for example, Gouveia and Rodriguez in 2005, they found that there's synchronization between the business cycle of origin countries and then tourism cycles in Portugal. So for Italy, Guzzardi and Mazzocchi, they found that the tourism cycle actually follows the business cycle. So once there's an increase in the business cycle, we find the tourism cycle is also increasing, also of countries, the origin countries. So Myers and Jackman looked at the Caribbean, and they conclude that shocks to the business cycles of origin countries explain up to 25% of the variation in tourism that we see in the Caribbean. Then in 2012, Egon Smearl looked specifically at cycles for the EU, and he then find that it is pro-cyclical, which means if the one is increasing, the other one is also increasing, but he does find asymmetry, but a positive asymmetry for Europe. While Cruz and Ridderstraat and Cruz et al. For the Caribbean, especially for Aruba and Barbados, they found it to be a bit more counter-cyclical, or negative asymmetry, which means that the people react more strongly in a downturn than they do in an upturn. So lastly, some of the research was by Gu et al., which looked at the Chinese business cycle and how it influences Macau. And they also found that Macau tourism is very dependent on what's happening in the economy in China. Okay, especially if it's a downward, there's an upswing or a downswing. We've also used these business cycle ideas to forecast tourism demand, to say, well, can we then better explain what we can expect? And Song and Smearall did that in 2012, and they found that you can actually better explain or predict what's going to happen by looking at these business cycles than by not looking at the business cycles. So my co-author and myself, we have done 2 papers also in 2012 and 2024, where we show also that by including dynamics, so lags of the business cycles, we can actually predict tourism much better than if we don't do that. So in terms of price cycles, there has been a lot less research. So normally people just include the prices sort of with their income, and then they say, oh, well, let's see what we find. And mostly, for example, Smearall and Song and Smearall, they tend to find that there's no asymmetry. So people don't react differently if inflation is high versus when inflation is low. But for the Caribbean, Cruz and colleagues found that, yes, people do react differently when prices are different coming to the Caribbean. And we also found that, especially if you look at more distant destinations, that people do react to price cycles as well. So if it's a high inflation environment, it does influence you more than a low inflation environment. Okay. So there's been research also on other price effects like the oil price and then money demand cycles that are available, but nothing really just sort of looking purely also at the price cycle on its own. So this brings me to the data that I've used. So for South Africa, I have arrivals from seven overseas markets. That explain more than 60% of all our overseas arrivals. South Africa is very dependent on neighboring countries for tourism, but economic data for neighboring countries is not that easy to get by, so we tend to focus a bit more on the overseas markets. For Canada, we have arrivals for 4 markets, and that explains more than 80% of their arrivals. Australian arrivals, we have arrivals for 5 markets that explain 40% of arrivals in that market. Funny enough, in the beginning of the time series, it was about 60%, but Australia has really branched out a bit with their markets, and now it's just about 40%. Our data is sourced from the different statistical agencies, and then we get our GDP and our price data from the IMF and the OECD. We always take natural logs to sort of linearize it a bit, and we remove the seasonality from our data, so it doesn't have that up and down and up and down. And then we filtered out the cycle, okay? So, which means we take out the trend, so this is sort of the data after we filtered it, and we look just at the cycle. So hopefully you can see that here we have some cycle. So it's going up, and then it's going down, and then it's going up and down. It's not smooth, but you can follow the cyclical patterns in both in this income and price cycle for the US. You can also clearly see the COVID cycle, which is quite big. So just to show you also what it looks like, sort of one of our destinations, for example. I did leave out COVID there because the variation is so big, it sort of skews, it presses down the cycles. But here you can see the cycles nicely. So here you can see the price cycle, PC, you can see the green one is the income cycle, and then the tourism cycle on top, which you can also see. And you can clearly see that there's a bit of a pattern going in all of them. And this is what we want to explain, to say, how does this price and income cycle influence that tourism cycle in the end? Now, it's also interesting to see, and hopefully you can see it a bit, that the price cycle and the business cycle tend to move in opposite directions. So if the one goes down, the other one goes up. That is called counter-cyclical. So they tend to move counter-cyclical. If it's pro-cyclical, it's what we see with the income cycle, the green one, and the tourism cycle. They seem to move always in the same direction. So just in terms of terminology. So an economist, I always have to put up some sort of equations just to show how it works. So there's different ways then you can model these cycles, but the 2 predominant ways then is to use either spectral analysis or switching regime analysis. So we opted for switching regime analysis, and we employed the Markov switching model to account for the differences in the high growth and the low growth states. So our dependent variable is then, so the standard two-state micro-switching model is then tourism is your dependent variable. And tourism is allowed to vary between two states, a high growth and a low growth state. And the mu is sort of the mean or the sort of the average. So the mean is allowed to vary, and the variance, which is sort of the distribution around the mean, is also allowed to vary. But our error term is a nice IID, normally distributed error term. So this movement between states depends on your transition probability. So how likely are you to move from one state to the next if you are in that state? So if you're thinking, how easy is it for you if you are at a certain job to move to another job? So it's the same type of thing, your transition probability. So, and how it works is to say, what's the chances that I will stay in state one if I was in state one in the previous time period? So that's probability 1, 1. And then what's the chances I will go to state two if I have been in state two in the previous time period? So the probability of 2, 2. And then obviously I have probability of 1, 2, and 2, 1 as well. So that shows the movement, how likely you are to move between states. So we extended the basic model by adding dynamics, so which means we add lag cycles, and we'll add the lag cycles of both the income cycle as well as the price cycle, to say how, if something changes, how will it influence you in the next quarter? So we estimated the various models. So there's various options you can choose. So we tried all the models to say, let's switch in both the mean and the variance, or none of the mean and the variance, or just one, the mean of the variance. And we chose the best model on the information criteria, so where we lowered the information criteria. So what we are really interested in, though, is on the asymmetry coefficients. That would like be the beta coefficient for our switching regime or our income. So for example, if we have negative asymmetry, we will find that the beta is higher in the low growth state than it is in the high growth state. So just in terms of the beta again, that would be the coefficient, the beta 0 for the income variable. And then the other way around, if we have positive asymmetry, then the coefficient for the income variable or the income cycle will be lower in the low growth state and higher in the high growth state, and that is consistent with liquidity constraints that we face. Okay. So also, as an economist, I have to show you the tables to show what the results look like, but I'm just going to brush over them so that you can see. So let's start with South Africa. So these are our countries that we use, and we can see there's always two states, a high growth state and a low growth state. And in both of them, we find that both the mean and the variance shift. You also see the dummy variable for the data that we don't have. What's also interesting to see is this constant transition probabilities to show they are very high. So once you are in a state, it's very difficult to move to another state. So this is sort of the rest of the data for the other countries, but let me then move to what it means. Yeah. So we identified two states for all markets, so which means that there are a high growth tourism cycle and a low growth tourism cycle, and that these cycles are very persistent. Once you're in one, you are going to stay in one, which is nice on the one hand, but it creates problems on the other hand. So what is nice to know, though, is that the expected duration in the high growth state is always better than the low growth state. So once tourism is growing, we tend to stay there for longer than when it is not growing. The only exception for South Africa is arrivals from the Netherlands, where we have that the low growth state is actually now longer than the high growth state. And this shows us that people do react asymmetric, so they don't react exactly the same in different environments. So the income cycle, so the cycles now, remember, you have this cycle that we go, tourism cycle, and then you have the income cycle. So the income cycle we find to be pro-cyclical, and you also saw that in the graph. So if the one is going up, the other one is going up. And this means that there's a positive relationship between our cycles. So if tourism, if source market income goes up, then our tourism will go up in the country as well. So the coefficients are the ones we are interested in, and we find that the coefficient is always positive and significant in both the high growth state and low growth state for a couple of markets. But it's only positive and significant in the low growth state for the Netherlands, which means there's a symmetry, and that it's not at all significant for Australia and UK. So if it's not significant, it means that the cycle doesn't have an impact. The income cycle doesn't have an impact, and then therefore people react symmetrically. So for Australia and UK, there's symmetry. They react the same in a high growth and in a low growth cycle. But for all the others, we find negative asymmetry, which indicate that there is risk aversion that's taking place. So the price cycle is then the other one. So the price cycle we find to be counter-cyclical. So when tourism goes up, prices goes down. And when prices goes up, tourism go down. So a high price cycle is associated with a low tourism growth cycle. And here we find that the coefficient is especially positive and significant for Australia, France, UK, and the US in the low growth cycle, which means that the cycle is actually enhanced. The low growth state is enhanced by the high price cycle that they are facing. For Germany, though, the price cycle is negative and significant in the high growth state, which means that if there is low inflation in Germany, then tourism will be high in South Africa, but it is really not actually adding to the cycle, it's subtracting from the cycle. And the price cycle is then insignificant for India and the Netherlands, which means that that is symmetric type of reaction that we are finding. So for Canada, if we look at Canada, those are our markets. Again, we see typically the same that we had previously, except now that we see that the mu is not switching, which means the mean is the same in both the high and the low growth state. But the switching is basically driven by variance, and variance means it's driven by risk or riskiness. We can also again see the high transition probability. So what does it mean? So similar to South Africa, we have two states. So there is a high growth and a low growth state. There is a tourism cycle, and these cycles are persistent. And again, everywhere the high growth cycle tends to be longer than the low growth cycle. But our parameter that's sort of driving it is our risk or our variance parameter. We also again find that the income cycle tends to be pro-cyclical, which means that if there's increases in income in the destination countries, then tourism to Canada will also increase. And we find that this coefficient is especially positive and significant for France, Mexico, and the US in both states. But the coefficient tend to be larger in the downward phase, which again shows to negative asymmetry. And for the UK, we find that it's not significant, which means symmetric reaction, whether they are in a high or a low business cycle. And so if we then look at the price cycle, we find similar type of results that we find for South Africa. In other words, in a high inflation environment, that's associated with a low tourism growth environment. So it's especially significant and negative in the high growth state and positive in the low growth state for France, US, and the UK, which means that the price cycles are driving tourism for them and the tourism cycle. And especially in the low growth cycle, the high inflation is actually causing persistence in that low growth cycle. And we find it for all of them, especially also for Mexico, although it is only significant in the low growth cycle and not in the high growth cycle. So if we turn then to Australia. So Australia, again, this is what the results look like, very similar to what we've seen. Again, we find that the switch takes place because between the cycles because of sigma. And we again identified all of the two states, similar results that we have for Canada. And you can again see that the income cycle is pro-cyclical, which means that if there's a cycle in income, that it will actually enhance the tourism cycle. And the price cycle is again counter-cyclical, and hence it will also, if you have high inflation, it will actually enhance your low growth cycle. Okay, so these are the results. So what does it actually mean? So what are we seeing with this? So what we are seeing is that people do react differently depending on in what type of economic environment you are. So the tourism demand cycle is asymmetric. Okay? So we tend to stay longer in a high growth cycle than we do in a low growth cycle, but low growth cycles are also persistent. And all the countries are currently in a low growth cycle, which means all the growth in our countries are in the low growth in tourism. And that cycle tends to be persistent at the moment. This cycle is also driven then by income cycles, business cycles. So if we don't see nice growth in economies worldwide, as we are expecting we aren't going to see for the next couple of years, then we might stay in this low growth cycle for more time than we would really like to stay in the cycle. We find that, that it's asymmetric and negative asymmetry, which means that, well, there are still tourism taking place because of loss aversion. So people do travel, they value this experience more than the loss in money that they are experiencing. But as the economic conditions continue, that might change as well. So if we then look at the price cycle, so this is sort of the one that is really interesting because it's the first time in a long time that we are in a really high inflation environment. We also see that it's counter-cyclical. In other words, that this high environment, price environment that we are in is actually also driving this low tourism cycle. And this again shows to us that if it continues, we are going to struggle to get out of this low growth cycle in our tourism. Our price sensitivity, in other words, enhance our low growth cycles, and tourists are highly price sensitive because they try to compensate for this loss in income. There's uncertainty about their future, and liquidity constraints can actually explain what we are seeing here. So although inflation is starting to stabilize, we are not out of the woods here yet. We are seeing international politics still driving instability, and this is going to increase inflation. We have seen the US is not reducing its interest rates, which means inflationary environments are still high. So this again will show to persistence in low growth cycles that we are experiencing. Okay, so in this uncertain type of economic climate, how do people react? Tourists face significant wealth risk. Okay? They have lower incomes, they're facing higher costs, so there's a risk to their wealth. And they do react to that by changing not only their travel patterns, but also their travel expenditure. So travel pattern means that they are often likely more to travel closer to home, and then also rather traveling to destinations where they have free accommodation, like visiting friends and family, etc. We have seen in South Africa that although tourists are coming, expenditure is a lot less because of liquidity constraints that consumers are facing. And so for me, thank you for attention. I am finishing up because I think the other sessions will start.
But on the other side, the concurrent sessions are about to start downstairs between 2:30 and 4 p.m. And between 4 p.m. and 4:30, we will have a coffee break, and then we will come back here to listen Professor Yu Chang's keynote. Okay, enjoy. speech titled Hospitality in Healthcare, Infusion and Transformation. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm aware of the time. Probably this is one of the most difficult time periods. I know that for many people traveling from different parts of the world, maybe this is your sleeping time. At least, that is how I feel. I feel like, going to sleep right now. Just, bear with me. My presentation will be short. I will try to finish everything in 30 minutes because, we have something really interesting after that, the editors panel, which is a very important session many people are looking forward to, right? So I would like to say thank you so much for the co-chairs of the conference and also the organizing committee for inviting me to be here at this conference. This is actually my first experience in Istanbul. I was planning to go outside yesterday, but I was advised not to do that for a good reason, right? But maybe I can do something tomorrow or the day after tomorrow before I leave for the conference, right? So as you can see, my topic is listed over there. This is really not a kind of, normal topic within the field of hospitality and tourism. It's a little bit beyond that. So what I'm trying to do is to really present something conceptual so that, many people can think about what we do and how we collectively can amplify the value of hospitality. In this case, of course, I'm only talking about the healthcare industry as one sector of the industry. Now, before I start the presentation, I have to provide some background information about where I come from and then the environment in which we operate, because that is really related to the topic I'm going to present today, right? So this is where I come from. For those of you who have very, very good knowledge about geography, that's state of Florida, right? So we're in the middle of the state of Florida, Sunshine State, right? Thank you so much, okay? Which is called Orlando. Used to be described as a small fishing village, right? But it's not anymore. Orlando is the largest tourism destination in North America. So every year, we are attracting about 75 million visitors. We're reaching 80 million probably just in a few years' time, right? So in a sense, we are really surrounded by the hospitality industry. I'm always joking with the students that once you come to the Rosen College, you will observe hospitality, you will interact with hospitality, you will even smell and breathe hospitality. You cannot just avoid hospitality, okay? So that is where we are located. We're surrounded by all the major theme parks, hotel companies, and so on and so forth. And over there, that is our beautiful campus. Of course, this is kind of, another picture of the campus. It's like a resort campus. This is actually a picture of the campus. So if you come down to our campus, it's like a 5-star resort. For those of you, probably you have been there, you will agree, or you have to agree with me, right? So that is the environment we operate in, right? Some quick facts, right? This is how we got started 20 years ago. When I joined the program in 2003, I was not assigned a so-called office, right? So if you look at the picture over there, that picture, in the US, we call it a trailer. Trailers are typically prepared for construction workers, right? And I was one of the 7 professors hired that year, and I was put in that trailer. And ironically, they build everything within a trailer. The office is big enough to put a desk and a chair, that's it, right? They also built the bathroom, so that we got to know each other very well. We know exactly who did what at what time. Okay, it's kind of embarrassing, right? So that is how we got started 20 years ago. This year actually is our 20 years anniversary, right? And of course, this is the current campus we have, surrounded by, golf course, really, really beautiful campus. We enjoyed it very, very much, okay? Some quick stats. We are the largest program of hospitality management in the US and probably one of the largest one in the world. With over 3,000 students, supported by 70 plus faculty members coming from 18 different countries. So it's a very, very international program. We have in total right now, degree programs plus certificate programs, 22 different programs offered at the Rosen College. ranging from bachelor's degree to master's and all the way to PhD, right? So just some quick factual information. As I mentioned, this is the 20-year celebration we have for the college. And according to Shanghai ranking in terms of research productivity, we are ranked #1 in the US, right? Now, if you look at those statistics, you might say that, well, yes, that's amazing, right? But I think, there are a lot of things we did in the last 20 years which contributed little to our little success, so-called little success, right? And then I put together some kinds of thoughts into this exercise we went through in the last 20 years, right? And I will not repeat every one of them, but I will just mention two things. I call it the 4 triangles, and I keep a balance with, each aspect of the triangles, right? The first one is the balance between quality, access, and cost. How can you provide the best quality education at the most affordable cost so that it can provide that opportunity to most students who want to be part of the program? The second one, which is really, really important, right? The balance between students as business and the research and the teaching, okay, curriculum, right? So we are very well aware of the fact that, we have to really first and foremost take care of the experience of the students so that we can build other components. If we lose the sight of the students as our main business, there's really no foundation for us to do anything, beyond that, okay? So those are the few things we have been working on in the last 20 years, right? As I said, that is one of the contributing factors to the growth of the Rosen College. But the other factor I have to mention here is the question we ask ourselves in the last 20 or particularly 15 years, right? What is hospitality and what is hospitality management? Okay, so I have some definitions provided over there, but I'm not going to go over every one of them, right? So if you look at the first one, the standard definition of hospitality is a friendly reception or treatment of guests or strangers, okay, and a focus on the relationship between the hosts and the guests. So hospitality is really about that experience, that interaction, right? That caring, that sympathy, and so on and so forth, right? So that is the approach we actually, take, particularly in the last, 5 to 10 years. We did everything basically around that concept. That includes the curriculum development, that includes the research programs we developed, right? I will show you some examples very quickly, right? Now, when you look at the overall concept of hospitality, of course, there are different dimensions of hospitality, right? So there are social dimensions, private dimensions, and commercial dimensions of hospitality. Of course, every one of them is self-explainable, right? Social aspect of hospitality is basically how you treat the strangers. Let's say, if you come to Istanbul, as a visitor, you walk on the street, how you are treated, as a visitor, right? So that is the social aspect of hospitality. There's a lot of research about that. People are talking about social capital. Basically, it's the trust embedded between people and the relationship between people, right? And the other aspect is the host, a private aspect of hospitality. That is, if somebody visits you, to your family, to your house, how you treat those people, right? But for the most part, the hospitality we are talking about is really the third aspect of hospitality, is the commercial hospitality. That is that, the services provide for profits, okay? Now, this is really the concept we are embracing. Before that, we have been debating about the concept of hospitality. And then in North America context, at least, how we should go about constructing our curriculum, right? We used to look at hospitality as a tree, just one single tree, right? So you have the trunk, hospitality. You have basically the foundations. In American university system, first 2 years, basically those are the foundations, psychology, economics, anthropology, whatever you're interested in, right? And on top of that, you build up your specialization, hotel management, restaurant management, event management, whatever, tours management, right? So whatever programs you want to go, those are treated as specialization, right? But as the society moves on, right? And then if you produce students, for example, who only understand one aspect of those areas, right? It will not be enough, right? The requirement for human beings, human resources in the future will be based on interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary requirement. you have to have a compound knowledge base in order to solve some of the more complex problems facing or challenges facing our society, okay? Now, in terms of research, we all know it is a fact that in the last 50 years, if you consider serious tourism research started in the 1970s, right? In the last 50 years, I would say for the most part, whatever we do, we conveniently borrow theories and concepts from other disciplines, including economics, marketing, management, anthropology, and sociology. And I believe, especially after the COVID, it is the time for us to contribute. Because when you look at the job market and the human resource environment universally, especially in North America, right? If you do not know the concept of hospitality, if you do not know how to treat people well, you don't get employees, okay? So that is the value of hospitality. We can contribute to other disciplines, okay? So that is the concept I kind of, propose. Based on that concept, this is particularly in the last 10 years, right? We developed our curriculum structure, right? As you can see at the top, those are the degree programs. We have 11 degree programs. At the bottom, we have the certificate programs, 11 certificate programs. So total right now, we have about 22 program offerings, right? Now, when we look at the hospitality concept, we say hospitality is not unidimensional. Hospitality should be treated as a continuum, okay? So in the middle, you can see here, those are the so-called conventional or traditional hospitality. That is, something everybody's doing. If you're involved in hospitality management schools, that is what you do, right? But our argument is that, we should treat hospitality not only just as one dimension, okay? We are treating hospitality or extending the hospitality concept into hedonic hospitality. That includes degree programs such as theme parks and attraction management, entertainment management programs, right? All the way to utilitarian hospitality that include lifestyle community management, which includes under that senior living management and healthcare related management certificate programs, right? So this is the curriculum map we developed in the last 10 years, right? So of course, every program we develop, there's a long story. I can talk about that, story probably each of them for 1 hour, but I don't know. I know that I don't have the time. So today I will just focus on one of them, just in this area, hospitality in healthcare. That is that, how we can integrate the concept and the culture of hospitality in the healthcare industry. And this is no secret because everybody, right? Luckily, you don't have to go to the hospital, but we know that everybody, from time to time, we have to visit a hospital. And we know that every time when we visit a hospital, right, we don't get the best experience. At least that is the North American context, right? So healthcare demands hospitality, okay? So these are some examples related to lifestyle community management, healthcare management, right? So in that degree program we have, this is another example. This is the senior living management with healthcare component associated with our university. So this is really, built by collaborating with the university, right? So when you look at the program, the entire campus, you have independent living, you have assisted living, you have nursing care, right? So basically you can start moving over there at the age of 65 and all the way until the very last day of your life, okay? So that is what we are involved in managing, right? So this is just an example of the lifestyle community management. Why did we come up with the concept? We came up with the concept based on inspirations from Disney, right? So we know that Disney is expert in storytelling, right? They tell stories. They engage the customers from a very, very young age until they are parents, right? But when those customers are becoming older and senior, right? And this is a different product they came up with to continue to engage with the customers. It's called what? Story Living. It is a senior living community, but they don't call it senior living community. They call it Story Living Community, right? So the first community is under construction right now as I speak. It will be ready by 2025, which is basically next year, right? It's going to be a great experience for those people who really love Disney, right? And then you have different kinds of concepts under the lifestyle community concept, right? So this is another example, basically 1 hour away to the north of Orlando. It is called The Villages. Jianhan, you know, The Villages. This is the largest retirement community in the United States of America. It's a huge area, okay? So there are about 150,000 seniors living over there. It's a fun place. Trust me, it's a fun place, especially in the evening time, and right? So this is another concept, okay? And then of course, there are different kinds of lifestyle communities, right? This is more for the younger generation, younger markets, okay? Margaritaville. And then, of course, in the US, because of the large scale of the geographical size, we have a lot of high-end resorts and clubs, okay? And this is also part of our curriculum and also part of our research. Right now, we're in the process of proposing something very unique, okay? The argument is that, you know, since there's a natural connection and affiliation between hospitality and healthcare, you know, why don't we continue to create more programs in that line? And this is what we are proposing. We want to build a multidisciplinary research center, okay, combining hospitality and healthcare, right? Now, if you look at the research in this area, I try to cite some very well-known books in this area, right? This book I cited here is called Compassionomics. It is written by two medical doctors, right? Basically, what they argue is that, you know, compassion matters. Compassion can be converted into financial means, which means that, you know, it's part of the economy, right? And also compassion makes the difference between death and life, okay? In a healthcare environment. So it's a really amazing book, right? And then in our field, there are a lot of people who get more interested in this field, right? So this is another example, a book put together just recently by two of our colleagues, Shoemaker, who used to be the former dean of UNLV's Hospitality Management program. Right now, he's a professor over there. And then Peter Yasrich is you know, a friend of the college. We have been working with each other for a long time, right? So they put this book together. So basically, in the book, okay, they conducted a survey, which they called the GAP survey. There are 24 points. In the survey, they tried to compare the difference between hospitality and healthcare, whether there are differences, if there are differences, and then whether differences are significant and meaningful, right? So this is a wonderful book. You know, of course, you know, I'm not getting any commission, but if you like to purchase the book, you know, I think you will not regret that. So this is a comparison based on the American Customer Satisfaction Index, a comparison between healthcare, which is here, right, with the hotel industry, Marriott and Hilton. And of course, you know, you can see the significant gap between those two industries. And here you have a comparison between healthcare and the food business industry, you know, restaurant industry. One of them is you know, mid-scale Carol dining restaurant. The other one is a quick service restaurant, right? Again, consistently, you will be able to see the differences between healthcare and hospitality in terms of the guest satisfaction. Okay? So there's obviously a need, a call for hospitality and you know, compassion in healthcare, right? Why? I like to cite two quotes. One from Martin Luther King, right? He said, you know, what are you doing for others is actually life's most urgent question. You know, just think about it. For your life, whatever you do, okay? And then after you are getting, for example, 65, 70 years old, right? If you reflect upon your life, what makes your life meaningful? It is not about what all those things you did for yourself. It's about what you did for others, okay? I also want to cite Dalai Lama, who says, love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without it, nobody can live. So as a society, on our daily life, we need love and compassion surrounding us, right? Research supports that compassion is something intrinsic to the human condition, and also more importantly, compassion and love is universal in all religious beliefs you might have. Okay? So that is universal. That's universal. And obviously, it's very, very important for the healthcare industry, because healthcare industry is about taking care of people. Can you imagine you can take good care of people without the compassion, without the sympathy, without the love? Okay? So here's a little bit definition of the compassion. Compassion is defined as the emotional response to another's pain or suffering involving an authentic desire to help. But sometimes people use the term compassion, sometimes people use the term sympathy, but there's actually a difference. Sympathy is just feel. I feel your pain, but no action. Sometimes the lip service, right? Compassion is not about the feeling, it's about the action. Okay, so there's a major difference between those two definitions, right? But obviously, if you look at different societies, Europe, for example, North America, Asian countries, African countries, right? We have a compassion crisis. I want to cite some statistics. You can see that, obviously. The first one is from the Pew Research Center. They found that 33% of all Americans do not even consider compassion for others to be their core values. Okay? Secondly, nearly 50% of Americans believe that the US healthcare system and providers are not compassionate. And number three, 64% of patients in the US said they have had a healthcare experience with a lack of compassion. And more shockingly, 87% said kind treatment by a physician is more important than all these other factors, including cost, including competency, including a travel distance, and so on and so forth, right? So this is coming from the patients as customers, right? So obviously, we need to relook into this distinction, okay? The distinction of science and art in relation to medicine. And obviously, we used to have the traditional view, that is that, there's a separation between the science of medicine and art of medicine. The doctors, or most of the doctors, believe that, I'm here to fix your, where, okay? I'm not here to case your, where, all right? So the compassionomics perspective is completely different, yeah? So there's the art of science in the science of medicine, and then there's a science of medicine in the art of medicine. You have to find the sweet spot, combining both of them, okay? So, everything we talk about here, I know we are facing some of the most renowned scholars, professors, PhD students, right? We are all researchers. When you talk anything to the researchers, and you have to provide evidence, right? Here's the evidence I provide. Because I strongly believe that, yes, in God we trust. If God says anything to me, yeah, I will take it, right? But all the other people, whatever you talk, you have to bring evidence, okay? Without data, you are just not a person with an opinion, okay? So the following information I will present is based on about 1,000 scientific abstracts and 250 plus research papers. All these evidence leads to one conclusion, that is, compassion can have a meaningful beneficial effect on patient outcome in all those areas, psychological, physiological, and also enhancing patient self-care and increasing quality of care. That is how important compassion is, in the healthcare industry. However, don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong, compassion is not a panacea, okay? You need both. You need the clinical excellence and the compassion to be able to deliver the best outcome, right? So here's scientific evidence number one. Compassion motivates patients' self-care. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Compassion promotes adherence. What does it mean? If you know that your doctor really cares about you, okay? If your doctor tells you to take your medication 3 times in a day, you will do it. Otherwise, hey, you're not sure, right? So it's very important, okay? So here's scientific evidence 2, right? Scientific evidence 2, depersonalization. We have to treat a person as a holistic person, right? In North America, for example, all of us, we have a family doctor. Every time you go to the family doctor's office, you are seated over there, you wait for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, and then doctors will come, and then 10 minutes, you're done, because the doctor has to go to the next person, right? So everybody is treated like a number, okay? So if you take into consideration the cost of healthcare, at least in the US, right? We have more justification for the caring and hospitality in healthcare provided to us. I give you some examples, right? So if you look at it here, astonishing. In the US, we spend close to 18% of GDP on healthcare. That equals to 4.3 trillion US dollars. That is translated into 13,000 US dollars per person every year. Still, we're not getting the best healthcare experience, right? So this is coming from the national survey, what we call the HCAHPS, Hospital Customer Assessment of Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. So in that survey, right, just like Customer Satisfaction Index survey, right? So they have 29 questions covering all the different areas, your experiences with nurses, with doctors, with the environment, with the hospital you visited, and so on and so forth, okay? And every hospital has to be part of that. So every hospital, they have the data associated with that, okay? Now, here's the bottom line question. Just like, for example, green hotels, green practices in hotels, right? We witnessed a lot of greenwashing or washes, right? Because a lot of hotels will say that, well, if I do this, if I do that, I'm more environmentally friendly, but it costs me more. So the same question here, okay? Does hospitality and care and compassion bring hospitals the bottom line? That is the profits, okay? So I have some data actually to support that. Hospitals that are rated highly on their patient experience scores are also higher performing hospitals financially. By how much? 127%. 127%, okay? So because of the time, I will go over very, very quickly, right? So obviously, what we have observed over the last, decades, there's an obvious infusion and integration between hospitality and healthcare. In other words, healthcare system is learning some of the better ones. They are learning from the hospitality industry. So I just cited some examples, Ritz-Carlton and the Disney experience and so on and so forth, right? And all these hospital systems, they are learning from us. That is the value reflected by us. That is the opportunity for us to contribute to their needs, okay? So one of the examples I cited here is the Provom Care, because this is the hospital system we have been working on for the last few years, okay? So I will just, treat that as a quick case coverage. So I've been working with Dr. Greg Burke. He's a medical doctor within the hospital system. But his official title, look at that. He's the Chief Patient Experience Officer. Obviously, they realize the importance of that experience to the bottom line of the hospital system, okay? So there are a lot of, information related to that, okay? I will skip that, okay? And I will skip that. I will not skip this one because this one is very, very important. If you ask the patients, what do patients value? Look at the four most important ones, okay? Most of them are related to what? How they are treated, not in a clinical fashion, but holistically, okay? That is how important it is, right? And then, of course, in the US system, because it is such a legalistic society, anything goes wrong, you get sued. Many hospitals lose so much money because of the lawsuits, okay? So that will help you prevent a lot of the wrongdoings, right? These are the different kinds of programs they put up with, okay? I can talk about each of the programs for an hour, but obviously I don't have time to do that, right? This is the unique program they have. I will skip those things, right? Look at this. Every doctor they have, just like, are you aware that there's a website called Rate My Professor? Okay, everybody has a score. And every doctor in the hospital system, they have a score, okay? So if there's anything wrong, right, every doctor is color-coded. Of course, you don't want to be here. That means that, somebody needs to talk to you, right? And your job is in jeopardy, okay? So that is amazing, in terms of what they do within their system. This is also something very unique with what they did. Have you ever heard of a hospital who will refund you if you are not satisfied with the experience? No. And this is what they did, okay? They have been doing this, actually, right? So this is actually the system they put together, right? What is interesting is that, if you feel that you are not treated well, okay? You pay the co-payment, right? Tell me how much co-payment we need to refund you. And for the most time, they do that. They do that. So that is amazing, but also a very, very bold practice, right? So to conclude, this is my argument. We need to look hospitality not as a single tree. We need to look at hospitality not as an industry only. We need to look at hospitality as a culture so that we can amplify the value and contribution from hospitality to other fields, okay? So this, of course, I shared with you, right? I will leave everybody with these two statements. Yes, hospitality is about business, but in the future, all businesses will be about hospitality. So what we need to focus on is really not what is the matter with you, right? We need to focus on what matters to you. So that will be the message I will leave you for you to really think about. If you really like to attend in a conference, this is the free advertisement, right? We're organizing 2 conferences next year in May in Tokyo. In Japan, right? So that is the 8th World Research Summit, Hospitality and Tourism, and this is the first, desk conference. Next year, there will be also Osaka 2025 World Expo, right? So you can combine all these experiences, if you want, right? So with that, I really appreciate your time, and the patience, right? And you're welcome to ask, any questions, maybe after the session. I know that there's another very, very important session following this one, right? So I don't want to take up the stage forever, okay? Thank you so much.
Wang for your keynote. And the last session of the second day of the conference is about to start. I know you are waiting for it, editors panel. Without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists in order, alphabetical order, with their surnames. Professor Cihan Çobanoğlu, Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. Professor Kathy Su, Editor-in-Chief of Tourism Management. Professor Scott McCabe, Co-Editor-in-Chief of the Annals of Tourism Research. Professor Robin Nanku, Managing Editor of Journal of Hospitality and Marketing and Management. Professor Aslı Taşçı, Associate Editor of Consumer Behavior in Tourism and Hospitality. Professor Gianpaolo Viglia, Editor-in-Chief of Psychology on Marketing. Professor Yu-Cheng Wang, Co-Editor of Journal of Destination Marketing and Management. And last but definitely not least, Professor Fevzi Okumuş, Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Insights and International Journal of Contemporary Hospitality Management to manage and moderate the session.
Good morning or good afternoon. For me, it's still morning. For those of you who have traveled from different places, maybe it's midnight. So it's the last session. I'm sure we will have some very interesting discussions. We will do this panel a little bit differently. I will ask each editor to introduce herself, himself, and the journal in 3 minutes. If more than 3 minutes, I will say enough. We move on to the next editor. Okay, so, and the next question will be, I will ask each editor to describe, explain current trends, developments, interesting things happening in publishing. 2 or 3 interesting things, but again, each editor will have only 3 minutes, if possible 2 minutes. And if those key trends, developments mentioned by other editors, then they need to find new topics. So we plan to finish in half an hour, and then we will have a long Q&A session, and each attendee here, participant is welcome to ask questions, and whoever asks the best question, her or his paper is accepted, okay, by one of these editors. If they don't accept, I will help you with my journals, okay? Okay, we start from Dr. Çobanoğlu, Professor Çobanoğlu. Please introduce yourself and your journal in 3 minutes. Okay. Do we have the microphone? Okay. How about this one? Sorry.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Okumuş. My name is Cihan Çobanoğlu. I am the McKibben Endowed Chair Professor and the Dean of School of Hospitality. If we can just pass it around. You can turn off. So I am the McKibben Endowed Chair Professor and the Dean of School of Hospitality and Tourism Management at the University of South Florida. I'm also the current editor, founding editor of Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. I'm really proud of JHTT because it was founded only in 2010. And at that time, myself had a problem finding a niche journal in technology and hospitality and tourism because there wasn't any. So I have emailed some publishers, and Emerald came with this journal. So the journal now it's in the 14th year since it was published in 2010. It's indexed in SSCI and Scopus. It is a Q1 journal with 6.5 impact factor, 5-year impact factor in SSCI, also about 9.7 in the Scopus site score. So it publishes all articles that are related to hospitality and technology in general. So when I come to the next question, I will also tell about the things that we publish.
Hi, my name is Kathy Xu from Hong Kong Polytechnic University. I'm the editor-in-chief of Tourism Management. It is a management-oriented journal as the name applies. So I guess the fit of the journal and the manuscript need to be considered when colleagues submitting manuscript to tourism management. And because of the name, we also get a lot of submission from non-tourism scholars, particularly in the past few years, from accounting, finance, strategy, marketing, economics, the general business discipline. Because of that, probably we get about 2,000 submissions a year. So it's a lot of paper to go through. We do have 3 associate editors helping and also a managing editor helping with first the desk screening and then the peer review process. One thing that we added since 2020 was a 150-word impact statement because it is a management-oriented journal, and we would like to have all scholarly research make a real-life impact. So we asked the authors to include an impact statement talk about this particular research contribution to the wider society, to economy, to management. In other words, what does it matter? Why does it matter to the industry or anybody beyond academia for this particular research? I guess that aligns with some of the trends that you see in the UK, now in Hong Kong, Australia as well, to look at research impact beyond academia, beyond the impact factor, the real life impact. So that is something that we added in 2020. And also because it is a scholarly oriented journal, so for all the publications in the journal, we look for theoretical contributions, not only applied based on strong theoretical foundation, but also what this study can do to help us push further the theoretical development, specifically in the tourism field. And just to conclude, we do have a Monday series. Every first Monday of every month, we have something going on. 8 o'clock Hong Kong time, around noon, European London time. And then I know it's early in the morning for the US time, but we try to keep it as a regular webinar or editor office hour so that everybody will remember every first Monday of the month, something is happening with tourism management. And all the past recordings are available on YouTube. So if you do a search of TM Editor Office Hour on YouTube, you will see all the previous recordings, and you're welcome to join us in any of the future first Monday of every month. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Scott?
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Scott McCabe. I'm a professor at Birmingham Business School now in the UK, and I'm co-editor-in-chief of Annals of Tourism Research. Annals is very different from all the other journals. Every journal has its own identity. Annals has been around for a very long time, and we are celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. The first edition was released in November 1973, so 2024 is really the 50th anniversary. Lots of celebrations going on. We had a special issue published in January this year. All the papers are open access, and we hope to continue to engage in the conversation. The reason that Annals is slightly different from other journals is that it's a broad-based social sciences interdisciplinary journal. So we accept papers from all of the social science disciplines, basically, and similar to tourism management, we expect there to be a strong theoretical and disciplinary-based contribution to each of the papers. So we're looking for papers to position themselves within the social sciences disciplines, whether that's sociology, geography, education, economics. Business and management, of course, is a really important part of that. We have seen a shift in the trends, I'll talk about that more later, towards business and management in the same way that tourism departments around the world have been integrated into business and management studies. But that doesn't stop us engaging with those core disciplinary perspectives, such as in sociology, the sociology of organizations and management and so on, but also policy studies, geopolitics and so on. All of these are interesting topics to us in Annals. We are looking for each paper to make an advancement to knowledge at a conceptual or methodological level in tourism studies, and it's very, very difficult to do that, and we understand and recognize that. In 2021, we launched a sister journal called Annals of Tourism Research Empirical Insights, because we recognize that there were very, very strong, rigorous empirical studies being submitted that we couldn't accept because they weren't really meeting our aims and scope, which is to advance knowledge at a conceptual or methodological level. But we wanted to provide an outlet to publish those strong empirical papers. So there's now a sister journal alongside Annals, which has now got its own chief editors. Have I used my time? Thank you.
Yes, Aslı. Professor Taşçı, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aslı Taşçı. It's a habit in English. I keep saying Asli Tasi because people cannot pronounce. Anyway, Asli Taşçı from the University of Central Florida in the United States. My background is marketing, specifically consumer behavior. Hence, I am one of the 8 associate editors working with Serena for Journal of Tourism and Consumer Behavior and Tourism and Hospitality. Journal was inaugurated in 2007 as an international journal of culture, tourism, and hospitality research. Actually, this happened at a conference of consumer behavior in Canada, where Arch Woodside introduced the journal, and I was one of the attendees. So the journal has a special place in my heart. So Arch brought the journal to a very good level in standing among the other journals. In 2017, Serena took over, and she made a pivotal turn for the journal and renamed it Consumer Behavior in Tourism and Hospitality, which brought a very clear focus for the journal. And because of that, submissions have increased drastically. The journal Scopus site score is 5.5, 5-year impact factor is 2.5. The first release with the new name was in 2023. It publishes about 40 articles per year. Last year, it received 250 submissions. Just within the 4 months of this year, the submissions were 150. So it is becoming one of the popular journals among the others. So watch out, guys. Acceptance rate has been 10% within the last year, 12 months. There are currently 2 special issues, the visual turn in tourism and hospitality and leisure research. The journal welcomes all types of research, interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, coming from any social sciences, embracing consumer behavior, deepening the knowledge theory, the methodology in researching consumer behavior. But again, that doesn't mean that everything will be accepted. Acceptance rate is low, it's 10%. So that's that.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Fevzi. I'm Robin Nunku from the University of Mauritius. I'm the managing editor of the Journal of Hospitality, Marketing and Management under the editor-in-chief of Duan Gosoi. To introduce the journal, it's a journal published by Taylor & Francis. A couple of things that is important to bear in mind. The journal underwent a name change from Journal of Leisure Marketing, Hospitality and Leisure Marketing. That within around 2011, 2012. So the journal changed. Now the new name of the journal is Journal of Hospitality, Marketing and Management. Okay, and obviously the name change was initiated by the editor-in-chief. The reason is that reflected the structural and contemporary changes in the tourism and hospitality sector, and more specifically in the hospitality sector. And I think it's important that I put on record that it's not a tourism journal. At some point in time, you know, when Duan took over the journal, okay, we accepted a few tourism articles, but now we no longer accept tourism articles because conceptually it's a hospitality-oriented journal. In terms of impact factor, we are currently at 12.5 SSCI impact factor. That was the latest one in 2022. Latest site score, we are the 4th rank among all journals now after, so you have Annals, JTR Tourism Management, and Journal of Hospitality, Marketing and Management. So, and we are the top hospitality journals at the moment. Rejection rate, around 90%. So which basically means now out of 10 articles that you submit get rejected. And obviously reasons is, probably we will talk about that later on, but one of the problem with manuscripts submitted is they do not make enough theoretical contribution. Okay, that's primary rejection. I think all editors would agree. That's the most important criteria that any journals would look for. Okay, so I think we will talk more about the kind of articles we'll look for, how do you structure your articles? But I think these were the basic information on the journal. So I'll pass over to, thank you, Fauzi.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, I'm John Paolo Viglia and I'm the editor-in-chief of Psychology and Marketing. Psychology and Marketing is not strictly a tourism and hospitality journal, although we welcome some tourism and hospitality submission. As the name of the journal suggests, it focuses on the application of psychological theories to marketing. And I'm conscious that here we have many scholars interested in consumer behavior, in marketing problems, and so on and so forth. And of course, if tourism and hospitality is a context of your study, then psychology and marketing would be the right home for your work. In terms of rankings, psychology and marketing has a ranking of 3 ABS of the UK ranking and is ranked A in the ABTC ranking, is a quartile 1 journal with an impact factor of around 8 and a site score of 12. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Hello again. I don't think I need to repeat my name again, but I'm the co-editor of Journal of Destination Marketing and Management. So this is relatively new journal. We created the journal in 2012. Right now, still a teenager, only 12 years old, okay? And you get into trouble or get into a really, really positive direction, whatever way you look at that. But I'm very, very proud of the fact that, even within a short period of time, the journal really is making a great impact to the research community. 2 facts I want to point out. The first one is that, we created journal in 2012, and then we made the journal into SSCI journal in 2015. So basically that took place in 3 years. I think, that probably is the history in the field of hospitality and tourism and leisure journals, right? In terms of the impact factor, I think, just 2 weeks ago, something released, right? We are a niche journal. So of course, we cannot be compared with tourism management and Annals of Tourism Research. Those are really big journals, right? With over 2,000 submissions, I believe, right? But our journal is receiving 1,000 submissions every year. So the rejection rate has to be very, very high. It's over 90%. But the statistics released last week among 200 something journals, right? That was 200.
Over 350.
50, right? So Journal of Hospitality and Tourism, Journal of Destination Marketing and Management is ranked number 10. Which is a fact I'm very, very proud of, given that it is a niche journal. It's not a generic journal. So in terms of focus of the journal, it has been very well reflected by the title of the journal, Journal of Destination Marketing and Management. So anything related to the marketing management and development of places and communities in relation to tourism, that will be the right type of a topic to the journal. So we publish a wide range of topics, including decision-making process, including, for example, product development, including branding, positioning, image development for destination, including technology on both sides, the supply side and the consumer side, and also, of course, crisis management and those areas. What we are looking for is actually very similar to other major journals. We are looking for contributions, either from a theory perspective or from a methodology perspective. I say either because, sometimes it's very difficult to have both theoretical contributions and methodology contributions. But I think, I just want to take this opportunity to remind all the potential authors and contributors, from PhD students or scholars here. One of the observations that is that, we have seen a lot of these so-called empirical studies based on model testing. Basically, it's regurgitating what has been said, what has been done, what has been found out. Okay, I think overall that is something lacking across all the different journals. So as far as JDMM is concerned, I would prefer more kind of conceptualization types of papers so that we can contribute new ideas and new knowledge rather than, for example, using somebody's model and then test the model in a different environment, right? So that will not be considered as a contribution either from a theory perspective or from a methodology perspective. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I am from UCF, University of Central Florida Rosen College of Hospitality Management, editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Contemporary Hospitality Management. Last year, IJCHM received 1,948 submissions, so just below 2,000, very close to tourism management. Our acceptance rate is 10%. We published 200 articles. We welcome special issues. In 2018, we wanted to experiment a sister journal, a Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Insights. We said baby journal, sister journal. Guess what? Last year, JHTI Insights, we call it Insight Journal, received 962 submissions. For a 5-6-year-old journal, receiving that number of submissions is incredible. What is interesting, our first impact factor, although it's not in SSCI yet, it's Emerging Citation Index, 3.9, the impact factor, and the CITE score is about 6.43. So it's growing crazy. This year we are expecting to receive around 1,200 articles. Both journals have different editorial board members. Dr. Alton is here, our senior associate editor for IJCHM. We have managing editor for JHTI, Dr. Osman Karatepe. But one thing I need to emphasize for our Turkish friends, there is a journal called Seyahat ve Otel İşletmeciliği, Travel and Hotel Management Journal in Turkey. I'm the founding editor of that journal in 2004 or 5. So that's all, I think many similar characteristics, recommendations. One thing we know, publishing is getting harder and harder. Most of the journals have 10% acceptance rate, 90% rejections. And then I don't want to steal your ideas, but many journals also have 40 to 50% desk rejections. So let's start from here. Dr. Wang, 2 interesting things, developments you are observing, your recommendations. You have 2 minutes, please. Yes.
Maybe we'll just take 1 minute, right? This is actually a comment to everybody, right? So in terms of the publication process and an opportunity for your paper to be accepted into a certain type of journals, especially top-rated journals, right? It's good and bad, and hopefully you feel the same way, right? If you look at the number of journals evolving from the 1970s, right? In 1970s, we just had a few journals, really, okay? And right now, we have over 300 journals in the area of hospitality, tourism, leisure, and sports. That's amazing. What does that mean? That means that everybody has more opportunities to publish your paper in, any one of the journals. So that is one aspect. The other aspect, however, is the fact that, probably this is how you feel. It is actually very, very difficult, maybe more difficult to get your paper published in some of the journals you want to publish your papers in, right? The top journals, right? So this is really a very, conflicting kind of viewpoints because, on the one side, people see the increasing number of journals, right? And then they believe, perception-wise, all these journals are competing for good articles, right? But if you really want to publish your work in top-rated journals, right, it is more difficult. That is actually my personal experience, right? So that is one. The other one, as I repeated, okay, we need to be more entrepreneurial and innovative in our approach in research, okay? So when you read a lot of the journal articles, right, the first paragraph you read, and then you basically know what it will be said in the remaining part of the article, okay? because, there are a lot of these type of empirical research. Basically, it's a replication of a certain type of theoretical model and then apply to different environment. Think about all these popular models, right? Decision-making models, the technology adoption model, or technology adoption model, for example, in a management and a management discipline, according to some, calculations. There are about over 4,000 articles published using that model as a theoretical foundation. So think about what kind of, new contributions you are making if you continue to do that, right? So.
Thank you. Yes.
So a few suggestions also here. The first one is don't rush into submitting your paper. Make sure to reread it, make sure it's polished, and with the 50% discussion rate, editors and associate editors are looking carefully at the abstract and the introduction. So my suggestion is to invest your time in making sure that the abstract and introduction is very clear and it clarifies the contribution. A suggestion, specific suggestion, many articles they have in the abstract, theoretical and practical implication are provided. Well, any research should provide a theoretical and practical implication, so use that last line of the abstract or two to clarify a specific informative implications on your work. It's an important selling point of your paper. And the last suggestion, if not Fevzi won't talk with me anymore, is that my suggestion is not to write your paper as a mystery novel. Some authors are not clarifying the introduction what they find, and they end the introduction saying the structure of the paper, which is very boring. They say, in the next session there is the literature review, in the following session there is the data, and then there is the implication section. Any research more or less is like that, so unless your structure is peculiar, avoid that, and do clarify your theoretical and practical implication as early as in the introduction.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks a lot. I think I'll reiterate what the other editors have mentioned. Now, generally, your article would get rejected in journals for two reasons. The first one is the article is not based on good science. So when we talk about good science, it includes good theory and good methodology. That's one reason. So if your article fails in terms of meeting those criteria for good science, it would not get into any journals, except if it's a bogus journals. But even if you take the top journals, the top 20, 30, 40 journals in tourism, your article will not make it there. Now, does that mean if your article is characterized by good science, is that enough to get into a decent journal? No, because all the editors, all the editorial board members, reviewers would look for that contribution, which could be of a theoretical nature or it could be of a methodological nature. And that's extremely, very, very important. Now, final thought, Fevzi, if you allow me. The best way to learn how to write papers is to write, submit, get rejected. My own experience, I submitted around 5-6 papers to Arnold's, it got rejected, to have my first paper published in Arnold in 2012. You learn through reviewers, you learn through the writing process, research method workshop, research method courses, publication workshops. They do help, but it's not clearly enough for you to publish. So write, learn, keep on writing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Fevzojam's question was interesting developments.
Yes.
Right?
Trends.
Trends, interesting developments. So I will focus on that one and leave the suggestions to later. Serena Volo is the editor-in-chief of the journal, and based on our conversations and my own perceptions, of course, one of the most interesting development for all journals is the increase in submissions. It's like they are coming out of woodwork. Who is doing all these studies? Lots of submissions. This indicates tourism and hospitality scholars are either increasing in numbers or they are doing more work lately. they're publishing more. So the Journal of Consumer Behavior in Tourism and Hospitality has received increasing submissions. Especially one particular development that we observed is submissions coming from Turkey increased. We believe that this may be due to the fact that the journal's maybe ranking has improved in the country and maybe in some other countries as well. Maybe because of the clearer focus due to the name change. I might say, since the name change, I am more inclined to submit to the journal because it definitely addresses to my interest much more clearer than the previous name.
Yes, thank you. Scott?
Yeah, thanks. I think just probably just taking a different approach, but yeah, if we think about how the pandemic has affected the types of research and the research directions that we have seen, probably not just in my journal, but across the journal, talking to the publisher, there's been an explosion in research and innovation, basically, in terms of the types of topics, because the pandemic threw everything in, all the balls into the air and made us completely reassess what we were doing, what tourism is for, hospitality as well, and it's had a big impact on the type of research that is being produced, not just in Annals of Tourism Research, but I think across the field. And the publisher has seen this huge explosion, not just in our field, but across all different fields. So we are not alone, okay, in having this transformation, I think, in the way in which people engage with research, but also the topics and the direction of the research. Obviously, I think it would be wrong for me to highlight like the main topics of things, but if we say take a broad brush approach, we see that there's an increasing focus on the interaction between technology and the types of services that we provide within the industry. But also I think there's this more critical engagement. What is tourism for, and whether it's really creating well-being for societies. And also I think that there's this sort of general trend towards advancing our understanding of the topic and the field in a much more general way. Obviously, I handle only half the papers. I don't handle the other half. So there's a complete other side to the journal that I'm not, really eligible to talk about so well. But if Sarah Dolnikar was here, she would probably give you a different answer. So the other point I would make probably is that for research to be successful, I think that we've got to move away from this model of thinking from the literature out, looking at the literature and trying to identify a gap and then generating research questions to fulfill the gap in the literature. We've got to really think about what is out there in the observable world and use that as the starting place to generate our ideas, our conceptual understanding, and then develop our empirical study from that. There is a huge upheaval in our field at the moment in terms of how the industry is being organized, the impact of AI is being talked about so much already in this conference. And everything is changing, it's all in flux. So if we use that as the basis for generating our research questions, what's happening in the field, in the industry, in society, in the way that consumers are interacting with tourism and the industry and destinations and so on, we will then generate some meaningful research questions and apply theories in a way that will be able to answer those questions. Every paper that comes to me that is based on exploiting a gap in the literature ends up being desk rejected, I'm afraid. So it's just one of those things. There's not a strong fit, and it makes it very, very difficult to create a convincing logic and argument for addressing that type of question. If we only focus on the literature and exploiting gaps in the literature, we're not going to get anywhere.
Thank you. Yes.
Absolutely. I also look at the so what question. We've seen a lot of data-driven studies being submitted, but then it goes back to, so what? What problem does it solve? What management problem does this particular study address? So because of the availability of big data, this morning I talked about social media, because of the availability of big data, we see a lot of data-driven studies. Simply because the data are out there, simply because we can do the analysis, doesn't mean there is an issue. It doesn't mean there is a management problem. So we always go back to the management problem. Is there a problem? Is there a problem that needs to be solved? And also, we've seen, I do get to see all 2000, well, most of the 2000 papers submitted. I can spot a few production lines around the world. And those papers usually get, not automatically that's rejected, but get a very critical evaluation. Because by looking at 2000 papers a year, I kind of get a sense of, yes, I think this one comes from a production line, right? It's kind of like a cookie cutter, you change a variable or two, but you can tell the basic setup is very, very similar. That would not be a way to be a scholar. To be a scholar, we're passionate about research. We want to find out the solution of a phenomenon rather than saying my sole goal is to publish 80 papers a year, therefore I get bonus, therefore I get promotion, which are important, but I don't think that's the real spirit of doing scholarly research. So definitely, please do not run an assembly line or production line. Packaging is another thing that I've seen lately. Some people are very good at packaging because one of the things at tourism management in the author guide is we prefer multi-study, multi-data sources. Therefore, we've seen studies that package as multi-study, but really it is different stages of one study. A clever way, but editors can spot that easily and reviewers definitely can spot that. So again, we're not here to play a game. Our ultimate goal is publish quality output. So that's another. And finally, we see a lot of skill development papers being submitted. Again, that goes back to the question, do we need a new skill? Who will use the skill? So when we reject papers that we can tell the authors went through a lot of work, putting a lot of hours, they did all the right things technically, but if we cannot answer the so what question, unfortunately, we have to reject the paper, although we feel very, very bad for the authors of all the efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in 1996, I started my master's program at Oklahoma State University. And when I took the first class, one of the classes was called Automation in Hospitality Industry. At that time, I had not really good idea about what automation was in hospitality industry. So the class talked about property management systems, point of sale systems, TV systems. And this is the time where internet was brand new. This is the time when you were connected to the internet, you heard this sound, which made you very happy. And there are some young students, they may not even remember how to connect to the internet with this sound. That's the dial-up internet. So after I take the first semester, my advisor said, Jihan, you need to pick a specialization. This is what you are going to focus on in the rest of your master's degree. So I decided by taking automation in the hospitality industry, the specialization for myself, hospitality technology, not knowing that what it would become today. If you look at every single journal that is here, and also not even in this panel, all of the articles look like information technology kind of articles. Every single journal receives now articles. So if you go to GHTT website, Dr. Fevzi asked us about some of the trends. I will read you some of the keywords that we list and look what happened from automation that was just a class. Now we have actually at UCF IT-based, hospitality IT-based degrees. Everybody's talking about buzzwords, right? What's the biggest buzzword right now? Everybody, every single day, at least 2-3 times mention AI, artificial intelligence. If you look at the list here with the alphabetical order on GHTT website, you are going to see augmented reality, virtual reality, AR and VR, automation and robotics, big data analytics, biometric applications, blockchain and cryptocurrencies, business intelligence visualization, chatbots in the hospitality and tourism, cross-cultural differences in IT, digital asset management, etc. There's so many other things, social media. We receive so many articles about social media as well too. So just in conclusion that technology now is in everything. Earlier, Professor Wong said that hospitality, every business must be in hospitality. So I also say that every hospitality business, in a way now an IT company and information technology backed up. Can you imagine if we were to take off the cell phones from you? What would you feel? I would probably feel naked. And if I ask you, what's the first thing that you do every single morning before you even go to the restroom? Again, most likely, most people, if you're like me, that you're gonna check your phones as well too. So I'll just stop here.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredibly strong panel. They are not only editors, but they are also top scholars. Now we will have a Q&A session. Please ask your question. You can pick one of the editors, but I want, while we are going through, you guys are volunteering, I want to highlight some trends I'm seeing. Somehow we are seeing more authors in articles, 5, 7, 8, 10. And then recently I'm seeing a lot of, like, can I add my another co-author? And Emerald has a strict policy. After you submit your article, you cannot add co-authors unless you have a legitimate reason. And then I have had to investigate some publications for Salami Publishing and plagiarism and all those. Be careful, 1,000,000%, because it's very painful for the editors, for the authors, and everything. Do everything right. And as Jihan mentioned, artificial intelligence, but we have ChatGPT. Some authors I'm hearing they're using different AI tools to write their literature reviews, and sometimes they are not accurate. They are giving references, and some reviewers are using those tools to review articles and recommending articles to authors to review. These articles don't exist. So be careful, be vigilant, and be extra careful. All right, we stop here and then we have questions. Please, who would like to go first? You know, as I mentioned, whoever asks the best question, his or her paper will be accepted. Okay. All right, and we will vote on that best question. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the panel.
By the way, questions are short and sweet, okay? Not a long lecture or sentence, okay? To the point, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, to the point. Recently, I think it was last year, Bob McKesher and Professor Sarah Dornichar published a paper saying that we have more than, in 2021, more than 10,000 papers were published in 270 journals. My question is, do we have too many journals in our field? Is this undermining the quality of the research conducted in tourism? And also we are seeing that we have so many journals, but we saw recently Annals created new journals. FEVSI a few years ago created new journals, and Chris Ryan, the former editor of Tourism Management, also created new journals, Tourism Management Perspective. By the way, all those journals are doing very well, but do we have too many journals in tourism? That's my question. One for Scott. Scott, your recent paper on theory and tourism. You advocate the development of theories in tourism. So do we really need a theory in tourism, or can just continue to adapt theory from other social science fields?
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all my questions.
Thank you. Scott will answer, yes? No?
Yes.
I can answer the
Okay.
second one.
Yes.
Maybe other people can answer the first one, but I think maybe it's not a question of whether the amount of journals and the amount of papers written sort of undermines the quality of the research that's being produced. In a way, it's all like so many fish in the sea, right? The emphasis is on the quality of the research that's being produced. Does all that increase in papers lead to an increase in quality? In my opinion, I think that all of the journal editors here say that the desk rejection rates are very high. Annals at 70% desk rejection rate. Sarah and I read all the papers and we make the initial rejection, or we then determine whether the paper should be passed on to an associate editor. They then desk reject as well. So the acceptance rate is less than 10%, about 9%. And I think that many of the editors are around the same sort of area. So we've seen a doubling of the amount of papers submitted, but we haven't increased the numbers of papers that we published. So the answer to your question is that it's not undermining the quality, it's just that there's not an advancement in the amount of quality research being produced. And in answer to the second question, in the paper that I wrote for Annals, I was advocating that we need to look introspectively at our own field and to try and develop theory from its own internal essences, if you like. And the people that I was discussing the paper with didn't like that idea about essential. What are the essential qualities? But unless we look at some of those like internal aspects of the phenomena that we're all investigating, then we will never really advance theory about our own field. And if we just continue to be magpies by importing theories from everywhere else, we'll just sort of not really advance the intellectual structure of our own field of research, if you see what I mean. It's like a never expanding universe that will know no bounds, but there isn't anything that really pulls that knowledge together. And as the expansion increases ever faster in more and more journals and more articles, then that connection to the essences becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. Sorry, that's a very elaborate answer, but
Okay.
that's my answer.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next question. Please, one question and very short, and pick the editor. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Short question, but I can ask two short
No,
questions.
one.
Okay.
One.
So all editors talk about theoretical contribution and the so what question. I think is the most painful part for publication. So can provide some advice how we can justify editor that our work has significant theoretical contribution, and what should be component or characteristic of a good theoretical contribution and so what answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I pick one editor? Yes. Robin? Okay.
Mustafa, good question. Now, obviously, the whole idea of theoretical contribution is well debated, not only in tourism, but across different social sciences as to what constitutes theoretical contribution. But practically, it's the job of the author to convince the readers, the editor, the reviewers about the theoretical contribution, because we may not see it. Now, one of the problem that we find in manuscript I've reviewed, submitted to GHMM, is that very often the theoretical contribution is articulated in, okay, this theory has been used in different contexts, but not in this very context. Or that's one thing. Second, tourism research, for example, have not made use of theory X. Right? Now, this in itself, stating that a theory has not been utilized in a certain context or in the tourism field, does not in itself constitute theoretical contribution. It's your job in the introduction to narrate why the use of the theory and how the use of the theory would advance knowledge. One of the things that I've been doing in my papers is I always conclude the introduction with that narrative. Now, obviously, this also means that to be able to identify the theoretical contribution, and I think this is the major problem which I think most editors, reviewers can easily see in papers, if the author does not know enough about the literature. I always say, you may have read 100 articles on the topic. It doesn't mean that you will be able to write a good paper on that topic. Each article becomes one tree. You need to understand not only the trees, but how the forest looks like. And I'm not too sure researchers do that enough. It's only when you identify that forest, you will be able to identify the gaps. And it is this gap that you narrate in different ways, in ways that you think would be convincing enough. So merely stating that the use of the theory or using context as a contribution would not suffice. You need to clearly articulate how you think the use of the theory would advance knowledge in the field, rather than just stating that this theory is new to the context or to the field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you very
Dr.
much,
Pilgrim.
all editors. I would like to ask Kathy a question. Currently, universities are talking a lot about interdisciplinarity and interdisciplinary research. What is your take on that, and how do you treat that as accepting papers submitted to your journal?
Well, we certainly encourage interdisciplinary research. That is actually stated in the very top of our website. And because many people say tourism is still not a discipline, it is a field, and it's open for debate, but absolutely, we encourage interdisciplinary research, working with, I don't know what is the research area, but very often we work with people in psychology, computer science, management, information system, geography, those are interdisciplinary type of research, absolutely encouraged.
And it doesn't matter where the focus is.
Well,
when
it
comes
has to
the
be, for
discipline.
tourism management, of course, management oriented. As long as you can use, even working with medical professional to solve a management problem, great.
Thank you.
Okay, next question. Yes, please. And we will come to, yes.
Thank you very much for the panel. It was an amazing time for us. I am just at the beginning of my career. I have an article submitted to Good Marketing Journal. My questions to Gianpaolo, Professor Gianpaolo. It is the third major revision, and the second revision, reviewer one said you make a comparison, your theory and the other theory. Okay, I did. But the last revision, second reviewer, why did they write it, your comparison? What is need for it? And what should I do? Can I ask the half question? One
No,
more half?
Only
Okay.
one question.
Okay, thank you very much.
After the panel, you can meet with the editors and ask, because we don't have enough time. Sorry. Yes, Gianpaolo.
Okay, so my suggestion is that in general, in marketing journals, you do have, because you submit to a marketing journal, you do have an associate editor that writes a report along with the reviewers. So if there are contrasting situations like this one, when somebody is asking to include a theory, you include it, but then the other reviewer is concerned about that, then of course, in a polite way, you explain the process, and you might ask the assistance of the associate editor if she's known, or the editor-in-chief in case of a contrast. You can even, when you have a response letter, at the very top of the response letter, you can clarify what you have done before answering to the specific comments of the review team. And in this way, you say, I've adopted that because it was requested by this reviewer, and so on and so forth. So that would hopefully defend your.
Okay, next question, please.
Good afternoon. I have been reviewing for several journals almost more than 10 years, and sometimes I am even spending from my free time or stealing from my family time. And last 5 years, I see that I think the editors are struggling to find reviewers. How do you encourage them to review our papers, or what do you do to find new reviewers, or how do you encourage them to review your papers or previous one? Is there any benefit? For example, I have never received any benefits. I even didn't submit my papers to those journals. That's what I'm asking.
Dr. Çobanoğlu, your turn.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I would like to invite everybody in this room, please do the same thing. When you get an invitation to review a paper, please do so, because when the authors do not get the reply within a certain time, they become angry why you don't get us the revision, the decision. So one thing that I have struggled also, just like probably any kind of editor here, is that I started a reward system. So in JHTT, we have an editorial advisory board, which is usually a senior faculty members in the field. We also have created another review board, which we call Scientific Paper Review Committee. So in this one, I've invited people from all around the world to serve on this committee. If they do so for 2 years in a and the definition of successful reviewer is within 4 weeks that they have to return a quality review. Quality review is not, I'm sure that sometimes people submit good, bad, and that's it, reject or whatever, without any comments. So if they do it, and that's been so successful that we used to actually take about 90 days to make a decision, now we are under 30 days in JHTT, which is amazing. So people are really motivated because they know that, and of course, I also ask our associate editors to evaluate the reviewer's review. Like if they have done a good job, we give them a 3, 2, 1, and based on that average score, we invite them to our senior editorial board. So that works for me. But again, I would like to invite everybody here. If you want a fast service, you need to also help that first service to be done as well too by serving in any kind of journal as if you are asked. And also for junior members here, I would like to recommend that you contact one of us or other editors and volunteer to review, because that's an amazing teacher. It's amazing educational experience for you to see what's being actually published, all these hot topics before anybody else.
We can have 1 or 2 more questions. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Professor, I have a question. Theoretical and practical contributions are considered to be actual takeaway from the research paper, right? So what is the best way to report or write the theoretical and practical contribution in the paper to be accepted in the journal?
And who should answer your question? Dr. Wang? Yes, Dr. Wang?
Sorry. All right, let me...
Okay.
All right, so obviously I've mentioned part of it, but let me be more clear. I think I'll answer the question using an example, what I did in a couple of papers I published in Annals and Tourism Management. In one of the papers that I've published on resident attitude towards tourism, which is my area of research, and I think the area is very well researched. So when I was looking at the literature, I was wondering how can I contribute? And then I realized that, okay, most of the studies at that time were conducted in industrialized nations in developing countries. And then I said, okay, hang on. So all these studies have been conducted in developing countries, industrialized nations, but none in Mauritius. But then it also hits to me that if I say this study is new to Mauritius, that's not a contribution to knowledge. But when you look at it from a broader perspective, you're like, okay, Mauritius is a small island developing state. Okay, now even if you state that it's new to small island developing state, that's not enough. But what I did, I argued, narrate why studies on resident attitude towards tourism in Mauritius as a small island developing state could advance theoretical knowledge. So I delve into the characteristics of small island developing states to say, look, these characteristics are very different to what other nations. So existing theories have been applied in the context of non-island developing states. right? So there are new elements that could come out by testing those theories in a very new context. So the context is not the contribution per se, is how the fact that you are using data from that country, how would that advance theory development? And it worked. And it worked. And I thought it's also important to understand that theoretical contribution works on a spectrum. I think legitimately and rightly so, the top journal would not expect you to make just an incremental contribution. They would look for what generally you would call cutting edge research, right? And lower tier journal, they would still look for a theoretical contribution, but it might be incremental and not cutting edge. So I think it's not yes, theoretical contribution or no theoretical contribution. I think it's on a spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question and then we close the panel. Yes, go ahead, please. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Beza, you mentioned about those ChatGPT and those fake and hallucinated references it might give us. But the thing is, the pace is very fast and is deep learning, and Scott mentioned a few minutes ago. In the next, let's say 2-3 years, we might have that super intelligence and that hallucination element will be diminished. Do you have any specific policies for use of these kind of, I think, AI tools if someone wants to publish? It's for the whole panel, whoever wants to answer. Thank you.
Based on my knowledge, every publisher has published their AI policies, and for each journal has specific statements. For IJCHM, JHDI, authors have to declare that if they use any AI tools, they have to declare, including even proofreading. So they have to declare, and when we see those declarations, statements, we carefully look at and then see if there are some suspicious activity. So it's better to be honest and be very, very careful. That's my humble recommendation. Yeah.
I want to ask whether anybody used ChatGPT to generate their questions for the panel.
Yes.
Would that make the best question?
Maybe, yes. Okay.
I think that ethics, the thing is that ethics in publishing is becoming a really, really big hot topic. So it's not just the use of ChatGPT, but it's also a declaration of authorship. So everybody here now has to submit a credit statement. So we try to undermine these paper factories where people are then trading, authorship on articles and increasing the numbers of authors. So we question whether there are large numbers of authors on a paper. And we also do not allow new authors to be admitted unless there's a significant reason for doing so throughout the publication process. But in a whole range of ways, we've got to try and deal with this problem of ethics. And it's not really, it's a fault of the whole system. We understand that there's intense pressure, particularly on early career researchers, to produce more and more and more ever quickly. And we can't all produce that in really high quality. But we've got to try and stop the problem of ethics in publishing.
Scott, do you think we can have a co-author in the next 3, 4, 5 years, for instance? ChatGPT or any AI tool as a co-author?
Publishers say no.
The problem is
the future.
The problem is that the quality of the information that the machine is trained on isn't that sufficiently good at the moment, but who knows what it will be in the future. But
okay. No more questions, Dr. Gürsoy. Okay. One thing I need to emphasize here, our field has really progressed well and matured over the last 30, 40 years. And in the past, hospitality tourism scholars were publishing in hospitality and tourism journals. Now I see our authors, our researchers in our field publish in generic marketing management, information technology, organization, behavior journals. And also authors from other fields, marketing management, information technology, they come and publish in hospitality journals. In addition, John Paolo is a good example. Dr. Levent Altınay, another example. Our scholars in hospitality and tourism are becoming editors of generic marketing journals, service industries journal, management journals. We should continue, and many of us also serve on those generic journals editorial boards. So we are maturing, we are progressing well, and this panel has been wonderful. We have very distinguished, not only editors, but also scholars. Please, let's thank our panelists, all right, for their, and they are wonderful people during the conference. You can approach them, ask them many, many other questions, all right? Thank you, and we have, I think, a ceremony here. All right, thank you.
Can I have another round of applause for our moderator, Professor Fevzi Okumuş? Now I would like to invite Professor Muharrem Tunal, Professor Doğan Gürsoy, and Professor Serenoğlu to give our appreciation plaques to the panelists. And again, I will invite our panelists in alphabetical order with their surname. Professor Cihan Çobanoğlu. Professor Kathy Su. Professor Scott McAbee. Professor Robin Nanku. Professor Robin Nanku. Professor Aslı Taşçı. Professor Gianpaolo Viglia. Professor Yu Cheng Wang. And last but not least, Professor Fevzi Okumuş. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dear participants, it's my honor to close the first day of academic sessions of the conference. Please remember that we will have a visit to Sistine Basilica for the concert. The bus will leave from the hotel 8:30 sharp. And I would like to invite everybody to the stage for a group picture.